hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah. Fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I fall, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine, yeah. Everything I do, I'm just being genuine, yeah. I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline, yeah. I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are not playing a horror game. Indeed. Now you see, I started streaming from my PlayStation 5 last week, and I said that I want to play games that require this hardware, at least for the time being. Now, we started the playthrough of the remake of Silent Hill 2, which is a console exclusive to the PlayStation 5. Then we had a bit of fun in Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt, which is again an exclusive title to the PlayStation 5, at least when it comes to consoles. So I tried to follow this logic when I was looking for a game to play on today's stream. But let's be honest, it wouldn't be me if I didn't play a properly old game on a rather new bit of hardware. And I remembered that Myst and its sequel was once added to the game catalog of the PlayStation Plus subscription. So I quickly looked it up, and as it turns out, they are still a part of it. So I quickly downloaded the game, and after about 10 minutes, I was ready to get lost and its puzzling world. And now, here we are. So let's go to the game scene, and let me tell you a few things about this lovely game. The original release of Myst. Now you can see that I have 1 minute of playtime in the game since I started it up to see if it even works. But before I get too ahead of myself, let's talk a bit about what this game really is and why am I playing it? I mean, it's not a horror game. At least, I don't think it is. So, what is up with that? Well, you see, Myst is a point-and-click adventure game that was originally released on the Mac OS back in 1993. It was a rather big success. It gathered not only critical but financial success, and in the following years it was ported to a number of different systems and consoles, including the original PlayStation back in 1996, making this version that we are about to play 30 years old. Indeed. Now, why this game is rather interesting to me is because throughout the years I heard so many good things about it. How it was a groundbreaking game in the point and click adventure genre, and how it inspired many future titles in the genre as well. But that's not all the innovation that it had. It also affected the development of gaming as well, and the technical aspect of it, because back in the day the memory of computers were rather small and limited, and this game uses pre-rendered backgrounds similar to the ones you might see in the original Resident Evil games. And those backgrounds, with all the colors and resolution, which might seem small by today's standards, but back in the day they were cutting edge technology. Those were rather large in size, not to mention the sound and music playing in the background. And all of this data couldn't just be loaded from the CD onto the computer, which means that as you played the game, all the necessary information had to be read from the CD. But that ran into a bit of a bottleneck, that being the reading speed of the disk drive. Now, again, remember, this was back in 93, and that disk was a CD. This was even before DVDs came around. Now, because of this, the game would have to load in between scenes. However, the developers wanted to let the players freely roam the island of Myst and seamlessly go from one scene to another. And so they came up with a rather brilliant idea. They arranged the data on the disk in such a way that the data necessary for nearby areas were also close by on the disk, so they could be read quickly enough for the player to move around. So as you can imagine, this game was rather complex, and it certainly deserves all the praise it got and gets to this day. However, even though I heard all of these wonderful things, I never played it. Actually, during my bit of research for this stream, I read a really interesting review in which someone said that everyone who owned a PC back in the 90s played Doom and Myst. No, I did play Doom. I even played Doom on stream, but it seems that I missed Myst. So today I'm here to fix that. Now, however, before I would get into the actual game, there's one thing that I want to explain, give a bit of context. You see, I mostly play horror games, and even though I feel like that I have a logical way of thinking that can help with solving puzzles, I'm certainly not accustomed to point and click games. Now, this genre is well known for being slightly confusing and occasionally difficult. But Myst is not just a point and click game. It's an old one at that. And you see, old games, they agreed with the anime community in the belief that hand-holding is an extremely indecent act. Something most of the old games did not partake in too often. Meaning, you had the game and you were on your own to figure it out. Now, sometimes the player might have been given some help in the form of information or hints in the manual. The manual, which was provided in a printed paper form in the game's case. I know, unbelievable. Those good old times. But as you might have guessed, I do not have the manual. So I am completely on my own to figure out this game and all of its 3-decade-old puzzles. Now, will I be able to? I really am not sure, but let's take a look. Now, as I mentioned, this is the PlayStation 1 edition of this game, which I am playing on a PlayStation 5, fittingly enough. You can see that it said 1996 and mentioned the developer Studio Cyan. However, I don't think it was actually ported by them. The porting and publishing was done by a number of different studios and companies throughout the years, I do believe.
I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed. I must admit, however, such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my Myst book are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, and so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
And here we are. Now, I do have to say that the little cutscenes audio was a tad bit loud compared to the music, but again, let's not be too harsh. This is a rather old game. Now, let's see. We can move our little hand with the left stick, or actually with the direction buttons. Interesting. What else can I do? I don't know what happened there, but that's fine. But I guess we have to choose from this rather interesting menu, which is a book. And it seems the only place we can go to, the only chapter we have, is this one. And here we are, on the dock. Let's see what we can do and how we do it, because as you might have noticed, there is no tutorial. Which is interesting because, again, this game is so old. It came so early in the gaming world that such standards and norms that you might be accustomed to these days were not invented yet. And that's something really interesting to me, that when you play a properly old game and you see something, you might call it a cliche, but maybe, just maybe, that was the first time that idea was introduced, and it wasn't a cliche yet. It was groundbreaking innovation. Now, what do we have here, and what can I do? Okay, so if I click or press on the dock, I will move forwards, and I can also turn around. And this is rather interesting because I see a bit of technical trickery here, but it's really clever. We have a render of this staircase in front of us, and we have a rendered image of the dock behind us, right? But the transition from one to another when we rotate is, or turn, people tend to turn more than rotate. When this transition occurs, it's not a fade or a cut. It mimics actually looking around. However, I suspect that there isn't a full 360-degree rendered view of what we could see from our current position, which is understandable because around half of that view, the two sides, would only appear during that brief moment when you turn. And otherwise it would be pointless. And let's not forget, the developers had to somehow squeeze all of these images onto a CD. And they even had to play with the image compression and the number of colors they could use. So once again, the file size were small enough to be read in time. And you can see that there is again like 2 seconds of load time, but nothing more. And that is a rather nice sweet spot, because the player knows that something is happening. They are anticipating something, but they don't yet get bored. And also there is a little icon of the disc that appears, which right away informs the player that it's loading. Don't worry, everything is working. I did not want to go here. But back to the bit of technical trickery here. I don't think that there is a full 360 view here. Instead, what they did, they took the two renders and they just kind of slide. But it happens quickly enough that it's rather difficult to notice. One way you can notice is if you look at this area in the bottom left corner with the staircase, because that will have a hard black edge, and you can see how that changes into this part. Or even here the sky can be for a moment be seen how there is a cut there. But it's really clever, and I do like the idea how they try to make it as interesting, and I know with these graphics it sounds silly, but lifelike, while they were working with all the limitations they had. But I think we should actually start moving around. So I cannot go this way. Now here we can actually turn to the side, which is interesting, but we cannot go into the water. We cannot get into that crow's nest. I kind of want to figure out if the game has any kind of visual representation of items you can interact with. Maybe the little hand changes if you are hovering over something interactable, or it's slightly highlighted. Ooh, what's this? It's a door. Fascinating. I already don't know where I have to go. So this is a door. That's great to know. And here we have this lever, I think. Not much happened. At least not something I noticed. Alright, nothing here. Interesting, if I go up and then turn, I actually go down the staircase. And that's fine. Where are we? Oh, we are on the little landing here. I see. I see. Now, I do hope that this game will not end in a sort of pixel hunt, but instead the items I should be interacting with will be at least somewhat reasonable in size. Ooh. The mysterious soundtrack is lovely. So here we have a building that I think we went by actually, but we didn't see any entrance. And here we have this particular gear. Now I will be honest, when I looked at the cover art of the game, which was remade in higher resolutions for remakes, I honestly thought, based on the size of these gears that they are buildings shaped like gears, but maybe they really are just cogged wheels. And here we had another lever. I see. Now here you could have seen already why it was so important that you don't have to wait a long time to move, because to get from one spot to another you have to traverse a number of scenes. So we have another place here, and there you can see the other cog or cogged wheel, which is actually vertical compared to this other one. But actually no, this is the horizontal one, this is a vertical. Now let's check that door first. I'm rather curious about this door. Because why shouldn't we go into a dark tunnel, right? Okay. Is this a well? Or a fountain? It's even animated. Brilliant. Oh, what did I do? What? Ooh, the confusion begins. So normally it's water, and I actually cannot interact with these lights, I think they are around, but I can interact with this one button. Alright. Can I move around in here? Does not seem like that would be the case. Oh, what's that? Aha! Settings, dimensional imager. Oh, come on. Topological extrusion test 40, water turbulent. I have no clue what that wants to say. 67, marker switch diagram 47. Well, that's lovely, but where's the book or the manual with those pages? That would be rather useful to know. Now, it seems to me that there are no side passages here. No, we can only turn around a full 180 degrees. And we have a tiny little ladder here. Definitely an odd choice to include in your tunnel, except if you want people to fall down, which maybe was the plan. Okay, so this little well or fountain will be important. At least I think. Oh, no, we have to go back. We indeed have to go back because I have to pull this. It's a good question. When is the lever pulled? No, it's up. And let's try to make some sense of this. So we have it on a triangle shape, and beneath it is a wooden block of sorts that I cannot do anything with. that is square shaped with what seems to be an iron edge. Let's try to compare this to one up here, because I have a feeling that these levers have to do with these gears. Oh, so this is the same stand of sorts, and this lever is also pulled down. So pull it up. Nothing happened. It's a good start. It's a great start. Well, it seems we only have one path to follow here, and that is up here. Oh, another page. Catherine, I've left for you a message of utmost importance in our forechamber beside the dock. I do believe that is the room that we visited through the tunnel. Indeed, it is beside the dock, and it is called the forechamber. Okay. And the message was enter the number of marker switches on this island into the imager. That's a lot of information really quick. Marker switches. Well, switches, the levers I've been pulling on this island, so I have to go around and look for how many switches there are into the imager to retrieve the message. Yours, Atris? I'm not sure, there are a few blurry bits here and there. But we are apparently looking for, what were they? In marker switches. Well, it seems this will be one of those games where I start taking notes. So marker switches, you say. Okay, how many do we have? Well, one we have by the dock. One we have by the gears. And I think that I spy with my little eye another one right here. Oh, it opened. Lovely. No, it didn't say anything about actually pulling them, so maybe I shouldn't be pulling them. Okay, so what's this place? I don't know what to call this. I will just call it a dome because it has a domed ceiling. Ooh, button! Ooh, it turns the lights off. That's pretty. And I can look at the stars. Why do I think this will be important? Let's turn this on if we can. Really nice fade with the light. So I have a feeling that I have to take a seat here and look through whatever this is to look at the star pattern on the domed ceiling. And here we have a date. Alright, this will definitely be important for us later on. But I don't think just yet. Alright, next place we have to go to. This building, reminiscent of ancient Greek architecture. I think is the next point of interest for us. Ooh. There are so many things here. What is this? A fireplace? I'm in the fireplace. Why am I in the fireplace? Ooh, books. Books, books, books. So many books. Ooh, burned books. Yep, I will not be reading that. Let's look for some books that might not be as charred. Maybe this green one. Oh, I call this age Channelwood, and it is a very different world. Though it is exactly how I imagined it, it is still amazing to see it with my own eyes. An age. Water covers this age as far as I can see, except for a small rocky island. We are on a small rocky island, and there's water as far as the eye can see. Elsewhere, there are only trees, which grow directly out of the water. But there are trees on this island, but I don't think they are growing out of the water. A myriad of this wooden passageway are built just above the water and disappear into the forest. I assume they were built some time ago, for they appear aged. I am eager to discover more about this land and its people, but I have arrived here late and I must rest. I was awakened this morning by strange noises coming from a pathway adjacent to the one on which I had slept. I saw a group of monkey-like people heading in my direction. They had not seen me yet. I did not feel threatened by their presence. Their response to me was one that I would have never expected. After staring at me for a short time, they fell to their knees and began what appeared to be some sort of ceremonial worship. I tried to speak to them, but they did not understand my language. Instead, they indicated through enthusiastic hand motions that I was to follow them. As we walked, I began to notice that the waters below us were changing colors. Slowly, subtly, they would change from deep blue to muddy orange. Then from muddy orange to beautifully clear. I was so intrigued by the water, I hardly noticed that we had arrived at a ladder. Climbing the ladder led us to their village, which is about 10 meters above the water. Interesting, so it's a sort of water world, and these wooden pathways are built above the sea level, like endless bridges or platforms. Interesting. And can only be reached by rope ladders that stretch from the tower. Giants? No. Oh, lower. The font is tricking me a bit. From the lower paths to the village level, approximately halfway up the grand trees. It is very interesting watching these people carry out their daily tasks. Even after watching them for hours, I did not understand exactly what they were doing. At sunset, they motioned for me to follow them. I followed the creatures to the doorway of an enormous hut. Strangely, once inside, I found that the hut appeared even larger than it had from the outside. Ooh. It's bigger on the inside? The walls were garnished with bright metals, and in the center of the hut sat the leader of these people. At least he appeared to be their leader, for he sat a meter off the floor in a thick throne. Guards surrounded the strong creature, who was dressed in many exotic, colorful fabrics. Next to the leader sat a very old human. At least to some extent he appeared human. His hair, which was only on his face and head, was completely grey, almost white, and hung very long around his frail body. His thin head hung limply by an almost grotesque neck that could not hold its head up to look at me. But what a surprise! Shortly thereafter I was given a bed with some hand motions that looked to be telling me to go to sleep. I look forward to learning more. As I suspected, the ancient creature is human, but he is old beyond his own recognition and seems almost insane. Now I'm assuming that the color change of the ink used to write this diary signals that these two notes were written at different times. However, the tree dwellers almost revere him as a god. They are treating me now in the same fashion, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. It is almost impossible to understand this old man. His voice is feeble, but wild. He has adopted much of the language of the tree dwellers. He himself told me that he had not spoken our own language in ages. He attempted to explain to me the history of this place. The following is my best translation of what he has told me. Many years ago, the humans and tree dwellers lived together in this place, which was then a vast island. They interacted very little. The humans dwelt on the ground, and the tree dwellers lived high above the humans. Well, it makes sense. They are called tree dwellers for a reason, it seems. Occasionally, the island was disturbed by mysterious rumblings, which happened randomly. Some sort of tectonic or volcanic action, I suspect. The sometimes slight, sometimes heavy tremors would only last a short time. Then they would stop, allowing everything to return to normal. One day, things changed. The rumbling began and grew quickly to unprecedented levels. Soon it became apparent that the entire island was sinking slowly into the ocean around them. Many if you click next to the book, you stop reading. My bad. Let me go back to where I was. Many of the humans died that day, but not before sacrificing themselves in order to stop the sinking of the island. How do you do that? The humans who lived through this catastrophe moved into the trees, where they gradually died out. Maybe because they were unequipped for such an environment, but I'm not sure. This is the story the old man communicated to me, although many details are very unclear in my mind. I am especially confused as to how the humans saved the island from completely sinking. You see, that's really nice in writing, when something in the story and the information presented to the characters and through them to the reader does not add up exactly. And the reader will obviously feel a bit confused, but the characters feel the same way realistically, and so they remark about how some bit of information might be missing. And that's really nice, because first of all, that reinforces the reader that they didn't necessarily miss some detail, but what they know thus far is not the whole story. So that is a really good idea, and it also makes the characters feel more realistic. In many movies, you might find these rather one-sided characters, especially in horror movies, who behave really illogically. And it's kind of a trope at this point, and it's not necessarily a huge problem if the movie is a slasher and the character just appears as a victim in, let's say, 1 or 2 scenes. But if the character is more important to the narrative, it can be really annoying if they behave really foolishly without any explanation why they might act in such a way. Now let me see. In fact, I doubt the accuracy of that part of the story. The island must have stopped on its own, right? Yet the old man believes in the truth of the story as if he had been there. Who knows, maybe he was there. And the tree dwellers worship him, and apparently all humans, as if they were heroes or gods. Which is also interesting, because if the tree dwellers and the humans lived not necessarily together, but alongside each other during the same time period, they were aware of the existence of each other, right? So just because the humans had to flee to the trees, why did the tree dwellers start to worship them? I mean, they could have worshipped them back in the time when the island was completely intact and many more humans lived there. But there is no mention of that. So something changed. At least that is what is implied here, that something happened that made them act towards them this way. Oh, I see the great terrifying monster Dreadist. How is your day? Well, welcome in, schmoozer. I'm doing rather alright, I think. Playing this extremely old game called Myst, and getting slightly lost in it already, which I do believe might be a new record of mine. Playing a game for less than 30 minutes and already having no idea what to do. Which is kind of a problem, because I haven't done much yet. Also, thank you for all the redeems, the daily check-in, and the first. Congratulations on being first. And the little care package. Have a slow, unstable connection right now. Oh, a slight unstable connection. Oh, that's no good. I'm sorry to hear that. But thank you for the tea break. I need all the sugar I can have to figure out what I have to do here, but for now it seems we are just reading. Where was I? Oh yes. The old man ended our conversation today with an event which I will never forget. He began gripping my hands tightly, murmuring something about rest and sleep. Yes, those are really important things. Don't forget to always take care of yourself. Maybe a little refreshment helps your brain. Exactly. Thank you so much. He then said we had expected you to come sooner. Oh, so it was maybe a prophecy of some sort. No, maybe I read too many horror stories. Possibly. But if I, in some way, end up in a different dimension of sorts, and I meet with any kind of intelligent creature, and most importantly, a group of them, whose language I do not understand, I'm not sure that I want to follow them into their village. Because even if they are really nice to me, even in this sense that they are worshipping this human, many religions have parts about sacrifice, right? And who knows, maybe there was a sort of old tale about this human arriving and saving everyone by letting the people carve his heart out. You never know. So be careful if you ever end up in another universe. Rest, sleep, what's that? There are these interesting activities that humans like to partake in. Really interesting activities because it mostly has to do with doing nothing. So it's an action that is also not an action. It's really the what would be the right way to describe it? An absence of action. I think that's the right word. Self-care, yes, that's important. I have 2 cacti now in my realm. I named them Needle and Yarn. Rather interesting names. And I guess they arrive to you together, so that's why their names are somewhat connected. But you see, it makes me wonder. Because Needle is a rather fitting name for a prickly cactus. But why Yarn? No, I am not the only cacti in my realm. You see, that's clever thinking. But that also means whenever you are watering those 2 fellow cacti of yours, you can water yourself. Yes, they arrive together. Yarn looks a bit more fluffy. As fluffy as a cactus can be, I assume. Now let me see. These actions filled me with a sort of immediate dread. Oh, that's a lovely word. With much effort, he stood to his feet. I tried to help, but he pushed me away with more force than I imagined his frail body contained. The tree dwellers quietly surrounded him with very solemn faces. Why do I think that this old human is kind of passing the torch onto the new arrival, and he himself will be put to rest. They then kneeled before him. He walked to each and placed his hand on their heads. All the while he murmured words which I did not understand. Finally he turned to me and smiled. Then he closed his eyes and walked out the door and off of the narrow path high in the trees. What? The tree dwellers were silent. They began a procession down the nearest rope ladder. As I was descending, I saw several of them pick up the body. He had fallen onto a lower level of walkway and carried away. He was laying down at the dead end of a short pier-like structure. With the use of some potion, one of the... what creatures? Lit the pier on fire, and I watched as the flames engulfed him. Okay, I kind of called it, but not exactly. They didn't put him to rest. He retired himself in a way, but it makes sense because again, they treated him as a god. They would not hurt him, but he knew that his day came when a new human, a sort of replacement, arrived to their realm. Let me see. And the names are like this to confuse people. Oh, I told someone I brought needle and yarn, and they asked what I am doing. That's clever. Alright, gotta do some stuff. Thank you so much. Enjoy all the creativity you will partake in with your needle and yarn. Where are we now? Oh yes. At this strange funeral proceeded, the waters around the pier changed to dull green. Oh, interesting. Is this a new note? This morning I awoke finding it hard to even believe the previous evening's events. The water is dull green for as far as I can see now. For some reason the water no longer shifts color. The water and its color will be important in this realm. As I wander throughout the pathways, the creatures watch me, curious to see what I will do next. They are constantly offering me strange objects of affection. I even found food outside the doorway to the room in which I had slept. This is a unique race of beings. I hope to learn their language soon so that I may learn more from them. And there's another note here. We will be here for a while. I have lived on this world for 3 months, off and on. So he could leave? And the tree dwellers have shown great hospitality. I am even beginning to learn bits of their language. I have decided to return home for an extended stay with my loving wife and my sons, and hopefully return with them. However, I am sure Catherine will once again refuse. I'm assuming Catherine is the wife. I think this age would be a wonderful experience for them all, and I at least look forward to how Cirrus and Ekanar, I'm assuming the children, will react to its curious inhabitants. Catherine is staying behind as expected, so this is yet another note. My sons have returned with me and they enjoy this age very much. Of course. They get along very well with the tree dwellers and are picking up their language surprisingly fast. This makes me wonder how much time would it take for someone to learn a language without any education, dictionaries, or information, just by being surrounded by that language and people who speak that language. And so they could help this individual by trying to explain through hand motions and objects and pointing at items. But still, how long would it take to really learn a language like that? I have no doubt that it will not be too long until they can speak with the tree dwellers much better than myself. Okay. I am leaving tomorrow to check on Osmodian age. So there are ages, and I'm assuming they are kind of realms. Cirrus has suggested that I allow him and his brother to stay. Though the idea unsettles me, I know the boys are growing up rapidly. The hospitality of these creatures is such that I could think of no better place to leave them alone for a short while, so I will consent to their request. Even though it's dangerous, not necessarily to the brothers, but to the tree dwellers. I warn the boys not to take advantage of the respect the tree dwellers have for their ideas. Exactly. They seem to understand my warning, and I have faith they will follow it. Much to my dismay, upon arriving in Everdunes, okay, that's another place, I learned that Pran and her people are continuing to be menaced by the Koktek. I fear for their survival and plan on returning to her shortly after checking on Cirrus and Ekanar. Here, see Everdune's journal for more information. Okay, so every age or every realm has a journal, which I'm assuming is a book on this shelf. After watching Cirrus and Ekanar, I see they are handling things very well, and I think I can put to rest any fears about leaving them in Channelwood again. At least I think that's what it is called. And for a little longer. This is not a journal, this is a book. The tree dwellers seem slightly distressed that I am leaving, but are happy that Cirrus and Ekanar are staying behind again. Also, I'm pretty sure that I'm mispronouncing these names, but I have to be honest, I never heard these names before. I have been gone for over 3 days and have been to many different places. I had to tell Cirrus and Ekanar about Pran's death today, and they were visibly shaken. Who is Pran? Although they only remembered her from their childhood, Catherine has suggested that it would be wise for Cirrus and Ekanar to leave Channelwood for a while, and I have to agree. They will be returning with me when I leave again. But here's the question. this old person lived with the tree dwellers for a long time. And then he was replaced by the writer of this journal. No, he did mention that he lived in this age on and off for some time, and then his sons joined him and they were staying behind while he went to other ages. But isn't it a bad idea to leave the tree dwellers without a human overall? I have told my sons that they will be returning with me in 2 days. They spent the entire night telling me of an adventure they experienced in my absence, and it was rather remarkable. It seems they constructed a boat with the creatures and traveled some ways out into the surrounding waters. I enjoy hearing them talk excitedly of their adventures and am reminded of my own adventures as a child. I finally understand why the tree dwellers have been giving me their many inks and insisting I write with them. Looking through some of my past entries, I see now that the inks have changed from the black. Oh! So he was writing with the ink given to him by the tree dwellers. And this ink appeared black at first, but then changed color. I thought they were to various different colors. Let me read that entire sentence as once so I can understand. I see now that the inks have changed from the black. I thought they were to various different colors. I have shown some of the creatures my journal and they laughed and howled. I did not know they had such a sense of humor. Even though I look through this very colorful journal, I cannot help but laugh myself. I'm not sure if this is only a joke. I think this ink works a bit like the waters of this world, and their color changes based on, I want to say, the tone, the emotion of events, and in this case the events that he writes about. Much like how the water changed during the funeral, even though I don't think it was confirmed or even mentioned that the water changed back from green. We will be returning tomorrow, so my sons are with the creatures for the last night here. They have told me they would like to come to Channelwood again, and also asked if they can visit some other ages alone. Though I will have to think over their request, I believe they have proven to me that they are trustworthy and responsible. Catherine will also have to help me decide whether they are ready for travel alone. For now, I must give my farewells to the creatures, for I do not know how long it will be until I visit this age again. Ooh, future bridge. So these drawings are, at least the left one is a map of all the bridges connecting the platforms, and I think this right one shows one of these platforms with a small hut built atop it. That is fascinating. And I think we reached the last page here. So this was This is not it. This was one age called Channelwood. Now I will not read all of them now because we would be sitting here for 2 hours just reading. This one mentions the rocks, so I'm assuming that's one. This world is very beautiful, yes, but what is its name? I'm not sure, but this is yet another age. Is this one burnt? Yes, this is also burnt. Oh, wait, maybe this is not. Ooh. To this age. So this is another age. I wonder if the journal of the age that was mentioned in the one we read is here, where there was that conflict. So these are all journals about ages or realms or words, whatever you would like to call them. And apparently whoever lived or lives on this island travels between these worlds. Is this a map of this island? Tower rotation. Well, this is the dock. This is the gears. I think this is where we actually are. And what is this? Tower rotation. Well, it seems I did something. Oh, I can rotate it. And that is good. Let's make it so this line, well, first of all it turns red, which I'm assuming means something, but also I feel like this tower is almost like a lighthouse, and this line is like its beam. So if it's facing this way towards the dock, if I go to the dock, I might be able to see whatever makes this side of this tower important. Alright, what else do we have here? Okay, I wanted to say that image or painting looks like a kind of infinite painting, but apparently it's actually a painting of this hidden entrance. And how will I read the books now? And why am I just walking in here? This is a terrible idea. Well, this seems to be an elevator. And maybe this is an elevator to the tower, even though it says library. Well, can I use it? Hopefully. Press the button. Tower of Secrets. Oh, it's a trophy. So indeed, it seems like this is the tower. And we had a really nice cutscene of sorts showing us our ascend. Oh, and there seems to be a book. Well, let's go up and see what's up here. Oh, indeed. So we can look out and we will see the dock. Just like how I aligned the tower. Why is this important for us? I have not the slightest of clues. But again, it's not the first time that I'm completely lost in this game, right? Oh, I can go around. Why can I go around? Wait a moment. It almost looked like for a moment that I went around to the other side of the elevator, but this is not the same. Leather. You see there's a book there. But here there isn't. So this is something else, something different. This is a key. Oh, we found something. October 11th, 1984, January 17th, 1207, and November 23rd, 9791. We have dates. Now, why would we need dates? We actually found that machine in the domed building. And that required dates. So let's write these down. We have October 11, 1984. Ten 04 AM. Okay. Then we have January 17. (1207) at 5:46 AM. Can we have anything in the afternoon and not so early in the morning? I'm not really a morning monster. Okay, and then we have November 23, 97, 91, 6:57. PM, finally, something in the afternoon. November 23, 97, 91, 6:57 PM. Yes. Okay, so we have 3 dates here. No doubt will be important to us. The question is, when? Now, why this is slightly confusing right now is because I don't really know where to start. However, let's not forget that we got a bit of a quest in the form of that page we found on the ground, asking us to count the marker switches, right? And we are still on that quest. We just kind of got sidetracked by a book and then a tower and just accept that we will be getting sidetracked here a lot. But I can definitely understand how someone in the early and mid 90s who purchased the computer and started up this game could have gotten lost in it so easily, because you are walking around in this world. It's like a book, but it has a visual representation and it's interactive. And you are on this island. You have no clue what is going on. You are lost. You are looking around and trying to figure out what you even have to do, why you are here, and you find these journals and you start reading about these fantastical worlds. And it really sounds like something you might hear from a friend or coworker talking about. How I word it with like, imagine that I found this game and I started it up and it's so interesting, it's full of mystery, and you start in your head to imagine what this game might be like, and right away you get invested in it and curious about what it might be. Can I close this? It seems a no. That's no good. I really want to read those journals later on, however, but so far everything closed that I opened, so I have no doubt this will also return to its normal state. Oh, indeed. Okay, so only one thing can be open at a time, and those are the two paintings. Or the two paintings are actually the switches between them. You have the front door, which was closed, and then you have this secret doorway. Alright, but we also have two books here. Can I look at the book? I picked up a thing. How do I put it down? I don't know.
Bring me a red. I can't see.
I can't hear you.
Need a red, you must. Make a bring. Shh. I am serious.
Okay, so we took that page, I think, and we put it in the book. And this book is a lot like the one we start the game with. So my idea is that through the little information that I could make out of the starting cutscene, we traveled to this island through a book, and this is a similar book, so assuming I can use it to travel somewhere else. But there is someone there already. Okay, I'm not sure why it was important to have a a page separately. I mean, there is a page here as well, but let's start with the book, I guess. Without the page. Okay, it's just static. And if I take the page and put it in the book,
Serious? Is that you? Are you? See you. You know.
it's almost as if we took one page and put it back into the book so we can hear a few words here and there, but the other parts of the sentences are missing. So we have to collect pages. They're for some reason missing from the books. Well, we see. We'll see, but for now, I think we have to leave and look around. Okay, so this is the far end of the island, and there is a rocket ship here with yet another switch. Okay, well, that is number 4. Let's call that the rocket ship. Okay, can I enter the rocket ship? Seems like the answer is a no. Where is that line going to, I wonder? Oh, right there, and then into the rocket ship. Fascinating, indeed, fascinating. Okay, and then we have this clearing of sorts. We have these strange boxes. Can I go there? But there's a symbol here. I see. Can I check this one as well? Indeed. So I am assuming that these symbols are important to me somehow. I'm just trying to figure out how many pillars are there. Well, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3 on this side, and there's a 4 there, I think. It's a bit tricky to figure it out because of the kind of cut up perspective that we have, and how we have to move and turn around by established increments. But I think there are actually 8 of these pillars with 8 symbols, and then we have this odd little thing. This is a mock-up of a model of a ship that is submerged in water, much like the ship we saw next to the dock. And I have a feeling they are somehow connected. Can I go even further? Oh, there's one here. So let's call this the clearing. Alright. It seems we will have to explore the entire island, and that's a really clever way of doing it, because the first quest of sorts asks you to look around and get familiar with the location. However, it's also tricky because it makes the beginning of the game rather slow. What is this? I saw there was another switch, but I don't know what to call this. Well, it sure is deep, and I'm not sure I want to know whatever is behind this door, but we will. Oh my. It's a train? No, it definitely isn't. What is this? 10-10. 17-17. Okay. This will be some sort of a puzzle, indeed. No doubt about it. So let's see, this is 10. This is 1. This is 2. This is 7. 8. 22. 19. 16. This doesn't do anything. And this doesn't do anything. Let's see what happens if I try to use it with another one. Oh, then it works. So this is 9, apparently. Oh, it works. I just have to be more careful with the hitbox. And this is 5. Okay. Now this is tricky because I saw the 2 meters side by side and I assumed that they will be important in a way that they will in some way display different numbers. So it's important to the puzzle that there are 2 meters. And what I thought would happen is some of the buttons will give or subtract more or less from one of the meters, but it seems like that's not how it goes. So let me actually write down all of these, even though we don't have to do this, I think, but we'll try to figure it out. So we have 10 buttons, which means that I will draw 2 lines of 5 little squares. They are the buttons. Yes, and now we will see how these are. So this is 10, this is 7. Now the question really is, what number do we want to hit here? So there's 8 and 16. This is 5, 1, and then we have 2. It's a bit finicky to move the cursor so accurately with the sticks. 22 and 19. And then we have, come on, 9. Okay, now let me really quickly look at these numbers. So we have 10, 20, actually let's count this differently, 11, 18, 20, 28, this will be 50, 66, 70, 85, 88, No, 90 and 99. So all of these add up to 99. And it would be the simplest if you just had to turn on all of them, but ooh, it won't be that easy. Power to spaceship. Ooh, that's interesting. So the left one is the power, the overall power, and the other is the power to the spaceship. And we actually saw a line going to the spaceship. Even though I called it a rocket ship, but it's pretty much the same. No, not exactly. Generator switches are numbered from 1 to 10. But those are definitely not the numbers they give or add to the power count. So I feel like we are missing one crucial bit of information, and that is what numbers should we set the generator to. So I think I will call this the generator. Maybe it's completely off. Because we had a switch there as well. As you can see right there. Okay, so here we have 2 ways to go, I think. And one is here. With a little tower. There is a switch there as well. I will call this the clock tower because it's a tower and it has a clock on it. Also, its base as a cogwheel, which is interesting. And then we have this. I'm sure this will be important. Some way or another. I really shouldn't be going around pressing big red buttons. No, should I? Oh, and the cabin. In the woods. Okay, that's another one. With the switches. What a diverse little island this is. Okay. This is a kind of boiler? Something like that. We can turn this. I don't know what this is. On the side. Is that a window? Or a painting? Hasn't seemed like a window. Must be because there are no clouds, I think, on the sky now. Okay, what is this? An electric box of some sort? Oh no, it's a safe. So it seems to me that the game wants us to go around here. So we are familiar with the many places. So if it talks about something later on, we will understand. So for example, how the dates I realized they might be needed for the dome. I think it works a bit like that. And there we have yet another place. I was looking for this because I saw this large tree as I was going around, but there is no clear path leading to it, but apparently you just have to go around here. This is a strange little thing. I mean, it's a huge tree, but why is it surrounded by walls? Also, this is maybe the only thing on this island that doesn't have one of these switches. But I think we looked all around and we found hopefully all of the switches. At least I think we did. There is no way leading up the mountain, I think. But we can take the elevator to go up to the tower. Now what do we have to do exactly? Enter the number of marker switches. How many do we have? We have one on the dock, at the gears, at the dome, at the rocket ship, the clearing, the generator, the clock tower, and the cabin. I think that's 8. On this island, into the imager to retrieve the message. Okay. So we have to enter 8 there somehow. I think. The one thing I will do is go back to the switches and turn them back down, because again I thought they will activate something right away nearby, but it seems they have some other function that is much more complicated. So I shouldn't be messing with them just yet. You know, it's much better to know what you're doing before you are doing it. Now, let's go and let's find this imager. Now the message said that he left the message here, so I'm assuming the imager is, well, also here, hopefully. Now we had this note here, really clever with the small little light highlighting it. Marker switch diagram. So it mentions that, but we have nothing else. Can I use that? Does that open something? Oh, yes, it does. Well, it wanted the number. So 8. I don't know, but let's check. I do hope I at least managed to do this puzzle, right? Alright. Nothing happened so far. I can't go around. I can just turn around. We have these shapes here. These little lights, whatever they are, but I cannot interact with them. Something terrible has happened. Great!
Catherine, my love, I have to leave quickly. Something terrible has happened. It's hard for me to believe. Most of my books have been destroyed. Catherine, it's one of our sons. I suspect Achenar, but I shouldn't leap to conclusions. I'll find him and Cirrus as well. Oh, I should have known better than to have left my library unchecked for so long. Well, I've removed the remaining undamaged books from the library and placed them in their places of protection. You shouldn't have to use the books until I return. But if you've forgotten the access keys, remember the tower rotation. Oh, and don't worry, Catherine. Everything will be fine. I'll see you shortly. Oh, wait, and erase this message after you viewed it, just to be safe.
Okay. Okay, so so this was a message to Catherine from, I do believe, her husband. So this was the man who wrote the journals. And apparently his library was mostly burnt. And he suspects it was done by one of his sons, one of the two. Now, we didn't really get too much information to work with here. One interesting detail is that he says or asks his wife to delete this message after receiving it, which she obviously didn't. So two things might be possible here. One, she didn't receive the message, or two, for some odd reason she didn't delete it. Now the other thing was, he said he placed the books in protection, and I think those are the books that you can use to enter those realms. But he said that Catherine wouldn't need to worry about those books or use them for the time that he is gone, because he went to look for their two sons. Now this is curious, because what happened, right? But I think those two books we found, those two faces we saw, those might be the sons, or one of them might be him. I'm not sure. I will have to look at those books again. But this is apparently the father. The question is what to do now. Now, he said the only little hint we have is to remember the tower rotation. So that's important for us. The question is, in what way? It's also interesting that I had to click on this this imager twice. After clicking it once, I felt like I might have missed something with the puzzle, but apparently no, I did it. Well, I guess now we are going to check the tower rotation. Now, the tower rotation is something we can check in here. And I think this is actually where the books were burned, possibly here, which could mean that we can find something in here. But there's nothing to check for now. Where was that map of the island again? Here it is. So this is the tower rotation. Interesting that the gears are not here now. Neither is the dock. Oh, I can't do anything? I can do. Oh, wait. Oh, but wait a moment. Those disappeared, and those were the only two places where I turned the switches on. That's why they are called marker switches, because they mark the location. Well, it's time to walk around again and turn them all on, I guess. Originally, I actually thought when I found the generator that these are some kind of distributors for power, and you have to use them to make certain mechanisms work with these buildings by supplying power to them, but it seems that that's not the case. That is not at all the case. Well, we have these two, and we know there are 8 of them. And here you can see why it is ever so important that you can move around here quickly and efficiently. Oops, wrong one. Though I have to say that even if I turn all of these on and I can align the tower to any of them, the question remains, what then? I have no clue what to do next, but I will just let the game take me on an adventure, I guess, and not over complicate things for now. I'm sure this will have to do with the dock, but again, I don't know what symbols I need, much like how I don't know how the generator works. Many things are left as secrets for now. All right. This is a problem because I don't think I can turn that on. So I'm assuming that one is out of the question. Turn to the right. Wait a moment. Did I turn the generator on? Not yet. Haha. Okay, and then there is a pathway here to the cabin. So let's see, we got the dog, the gears, the dome, the rocket ship, the clearing, the generator, the clock tower, we couldn't, and the cabin. I think we are done. Now imagine if we had to wait 10 seconds every time we moved from one scene to the next. It would be quite bothersome to do so. Okay, we need this. And now all of those will appear. Yes! I am a genius! So it's red over the gears, the dock, not the main building, interestingly. And Not even over this building. Can I interact with anything else here? I don't think so. So I have no hint about where it should be facing. The only guess I have is maybe if I set it right, it will not be blinking anymore. But again, that is just a guess. Okay, let's set it like this. Oh, I missed that. So I think it has to look at actually the ship. There's nothing there. So there's the spaceship. There's the gears. And then there's this ship. Still blinking. And then there's this tree. I think those are the 4 locations where the line turns red. So let's use this lovely locking mechanism and see if we can find something here. Maybe the dates will be different, though I don't think so. It wouldn't make much sense that just by turning the tower the dates on the wall would change. But it said library, so this was indeed the library. And from here we go to the tower. And I have a feeling we will be taking this route a few times. Yes, indeed, it is the tower. So, what the heck do I have to do here? That's the tree. The ginormous tree in the distance. And I see absolutely nothing why this would be important to me. I could maybe notice something aligning from this perspective, but alas, I do not. So I have to find some sort of a connection here, I do believe. A connection which I am missing for the time being. Oh! It did change. 724. Okay, let's call that tree. The tree actually doesn't even have a marker switch. The cabin had. Okay, that's strange. 724. And it's a sequence of some sort. And I think that L shape there is kind of just a reflection, yes. Well, we do have a hint. The question is, what exactly does it mean? There's a key there, as the key to that area. And this is a book. which I would assume has to do with one of the worlds, one of the ages. So maybe the large tree corresponds to one of the ages. Maybe every structure on this island does. Good question. Well, for now, my one guess, or at least one idea that I want to follow, is go to the location with which the tower is aligned, and then look around there to see, who knows, maybe something changed. The door is indeed closed, but we know why that is. So, first of all, check if something changed, and if nothing changed, see if there's any kind of machine that might require these digits that we just learned about. 724. I don't think they have to do with the power, even though, again, you never know. Maybe they have to do something with it. Okay, nothing with this switch. Here's the tree. Nothing changed with the tree, I think. And there's nothing on the inside of this wall. So let's check this cabin. Now that is obviously a drawing or painting or something that depicts the tree. There's the wall, there's the tree, and the smaller trees around. So that makes sense. Oh, wait! The vault! We can open the vault with those 3 digits. 7, 2, and 4. And I have to press these little things. This is so exciting. 7, 2, and 4. Oh, and I actually have to pull it. Oh, what a lovely idea to make it more interactable. Okay. No. You... I clicked the background of it because I wanted to see if that is just reflection or not. But apparently the one thing I need here are matches. I lit a match. Why? Okay, I still have my lit match. And I guess we can use it down here, maybe. There, perhaps? Wait, where's my match? I lost my match. Okay, let's try this again. Maybe there's a time limit. Okay, get the match. Also, I love it how simple this game is, but how realistically detailed, because you take the match and you don't have it lit. You have to move it over the side of the matchbox Absolutely brilliant idea. Okay, can I use it here? No, maybe down here. Oh yes, we lit something. Why? I don't know, but we did it. Well, I can turn this, but do I want to? I didn't want to turn around. I wanted to turn the valve. Okay, so I can turn it one way or another, but it really goes from 0 to 100 quickly. It goes from left to right multiple times. And it repeats the same sound as if a giant gear is turning or something like that. Good question what that does. I'm assuming that I would need to leave it on, but I'm slightly worried that I would blow myself up, so for the time being I will try not to do that. But we found a match. I guess that's a good start. Let's see another area. I guess it's not important where the tower is facing. You only need that so the text inside the tower changes. But I could have opened this vault or safe whenever I wanted, regardless of the tower's position. Now I will take it here. I'm curious about those gears, especially because I can't do anything with them and they had no visible puzzle. At least I didn't notice anything. All right. Open up. Oh, right. Safety first. Close the door. And while we are waiting without any elevator music, let's take a tea break. Lovely. Now let's see. So we should be looking at the gears. Will we see anything new about them? Absolutely not. Great. Now let's check if there's some new information waiting for us here. Okay, that seems to be a time. 2:40. and 221 as a series of numbers. The good question is, where do you enter that? And my answer is, I have not the slightest of clues. But hey, it is a puzzle game. And so far, at least, it is logical, which I do appreciate. It's not making up some extremely confusing logical pattern. But again, I'm pretty sure we are really early on in the game. Even though I did check and I found a written walkthrough guide that was around 2 pages long overall. So it's not a long game if you know what you are doing, but I think that is true for most adventure puzzle games, because most of the time you spend with trying to figure out what you need to do. No, I don't want to look at that, thank you. I want to also not look at that. I want to open the door. You know, in one way, having paintings as the opening and locking mechanisms of your doors is definitely a unique and fascinating idea. But if you have to go back and forth a lot, I guess a handle is still much more convenient. Alright, now then. Let's see if we have absolutely anything here that we could use these numbers with. Can I go around the gear? Doesn't seem like it. All right. Is there anything that I can really do here? But I see both of the gears like this. But that's about all. Also, I can't turn to the left for some reason. Okay, can I turn around here? Yes, but that's just the platform there. And that's the dock. I don't think I can do anything with this gear. Or these gears. What I might be able to do, however, is mess around with this building. Because you might remember that I written down the dates, so we don't have to align the tower again. And as I said, I don't think it's important to have the tower aligned to the location where you want to tackle a puzzle. Couldn't I close the door? It's kind of annoying like this. Oh, come on. I don't want to go out. Okay. Understood. You cannot close the door. But the lights are still off. No, unfortunately, no closing the door for us. But that's fine. Let's look at this machine and figure out what the heck we need to do. So we have 3 dates. October 11 is one. How do I do any? Okay. October. Okay, October. That's good. Oh, all of them are up here. So you can either pull them or drag them or use the buttons, which is really cool. I really like the idea that you can kind of physically interact with items by grabbing a hold of them and moving them. But you also have buttons for more precise tweaks. So October 11, and then it starts... Wait. Yes. It starts with 0 and I guess it goes all the way to 990. No, 9900. But we need much less than that, or rather earlier than that. 1984 is what we are looking for. Interesting. What I checked is we have a date that is in the far future, and that is 9791, but that is also before 9900. I honestly thought it would go from 0 to maybe 9999, but apparently it does not. 1984, yes, and then we need this to go to 10:04 AM. And I guess now I press this button. Okay, let's check this again. October 11th, 1984, 10:04 AM. Okay, we got this. I'd love to say that I know how this constellation will help us, but I have not the slightest of clue. So what I will do is draw it as much as I can, and hopefully that in the future will make some sense, because I don't know if it's the arrangement that's important, or maybe their sizes, or maybe their number, right? I have no clue. We have 7 stars here. That's correct so far. Okay, let's check the next one, I guess. And that is January. No, I did not want to do that. So I feel like what this is, it shows... Why can't I change it? Nah. That's strange. So I think this machine shows how certain stars were positioned on the sky at a given time. We have January 17. And we have to go way back to no, almost. That's a bit finicky. Okay, close enough. We have 1207. Okay, and 5. Actually 6 a.m. Let's go with 6 a.m. for now. If I can actually find the little handle. Where is it? I think it's here. Okay, so we need 5:30 because it's 5:46. Okay, so this is January 17, 12:07, 5:46 a.m. Okay. Oh, I need my pencil. Okay, so we have 2 bigger stars. Or brighter, who knows. And then we have 2 smaller ones closer to the top one. And then we have 2 on the right side. So far, I got nothing. Let's see the next one. November. Okay. 23rd of November. And we have to go all the way back here. Well, not really back, rather forwards. To 9800. I get it. I did. Because it's 9791 that we are after. No, not like that. Oh, come on. It's 9791 and 6, but this time we are going for PM. 6. Actually, let's go for 7 because it is 6:57. Oh goodness. So this is November 23rd, 9791, 6:57 p.m. I really hope I wrote this correctly. How do you even begin with this? It's like a teardrop with wings. That's a really odd way to describe it. Okay, so we have 2 smaller ones. And in between you have a small one and a large one. Let's make that much larger so I can figure out the difference. And then if we go down, there's a larger one, there's a smaller one. A bit down on the left, there's a smaller one, there's a bigger one on the right, and a small one in the center. Okay, it all looks like a kind of triangle in a way. Where will I need these? Because this seems like the solution of a puzzle and not a puzzle itself. It's also nice how you enter, or when you enter, there is this effect and the lights blink in all of the switches, regardless of their position. Okay, well, we have stars. And the one place where we kinda sort of have symbols is here. So let's see if we can find any symbols here. So we have a bird. Nothing looks like a bird with the constellations. A leaf. I mean, with enough enough imagination, it's a bit like one of them. So, okay. An arrow? Nah. Don't think there's an arrow. Is this the fourth one? Wait, this is the arrow. So we had the bird, the leaf, the arrow. What was the second? I think this was the second. It's oh, I missed this. It's a cross. Nah, certainly had no cross-shaped constellation. An eye? Nah. Don't think like there's an eye. I mean, it could be. It's like a U-shaped snake. It's a bit of a stretch, for sure. Spider. Nah, not really. Again, most of these are symmetric. The constellations were not. An anchor. But wait, the anchor could be actually connected to the dock. But indeed, I don't think these are connected. So we have constellations, but I have no clue what to do with them. We also have numbers and a time for the gear. Once again, no clue what to do with it. The only thing I could use was the number sequence for the tree in the cabin. So I guess back to the tower we go. Question is, what will we find there? Well, actually we have to move the towers, so we already checked the gears. We already checked this. As it turns out, it wasn't the dock or the ship, but the domed building that was important. And then we have the tree, and you see the red line appears over the tree and not the cabin. That's the strange part there. And then we have it over the ship, so maybe we will get the number that we need to power up the ship with the generator. That could work. It's interesting because everything on this island is unique in a way, and nothing hints at something being more important in the beginning or later in the game. I would kind of assume, or guess at best, that the spaceship is further along in the game, but mostly because it's on the far side of the island. But we already had to walk all over the island, so anything could be the first puzzle. And really, half of the puzzle is figuring out what to even do. right? So we should be looking at the rocket. A VR. I guess mission successful. Not that we are any closer to anything. But that's fine. Let's go to the key. Where we get 59 volts. Exactly, we got what we wanted. So the rocket ship is 59 volts. So we have to somehow get the power level to read 59. Now here I think what the developers will do is they will use the same puzzle twice with the power meters, and because both of the meters show the same number, once we will have to set both of them to 59, so something happens with the spaceship, and then we will get some new information and we will have to set the overall power, and based on which number we use, different areas might become active or be accessible later. At least that is my guess. But for now we have at least a clue. And again, it's clever because chronologically you have to look around the island to count the switches. You obviously see the switch in the beginning, and I would think most are inclined to pull them, but you notice that nothing happens. But then you are asked to count them, and as you traverse the island, you might actually look around and see what kind of items there are that you can interact with. And so when in the message the tower rotation is mentioned, you know that, oh, tower rotation was mentioned here as well. Go to the map, and then with the different bits of information you get in the tower, even though they are connected to the area that the tower is facing, you will know where you might need to use those bits of information. Because, for example, here you don't have to go to the ship, you have to go to this generator. But even graphically and visually there is a clue, because the wire runs from the ship to the generator. So even if you miss this part, you go to the ship and you see, oh, there's a cable running, let's follow that, and that will lead you here. Okay, now the question, how do we add these up to make 59? Now we know that we have to get 59 and that the total is 99, so we need to somehow subtract 30, and I think that's easier because that's a smaller number. So let me look at my notes here and see if I can figure something out. Well, it's a good question if there are multiple ways to go about this, because if we want to get 30 off, that means we have to find buttons with the sum of 30, and we have to not activate those. Now if we do that, there's one way, 8 and 22, but maybe there's more than that. Let's see. But there's 19, 10 and 1. So there are multiple ways, but let's check what happens. I kind of go with the easiest. I don't know it could be more complicated than this, and the game might ask us to do something a bit trickier, and apparently that's the case. What happened? Now let's not forget the right one is the rocket ship. What happened? This is 10. What? Why aren't you moving? I don't like that. 9. 14. In theory... Oh, no, that's 69, not 59. I made a bit of an error there. Okay, in that case, we are not trying to take off 30, if I could only count, but actually take off 40. And indeed, that's the spaceship one. Okay, well, I hope it resets if I come back. No? Well, that's no good. I guess I went over 59. Hopefully I didn't blow a fuse. Let's see. No. It's not working now. Why doesn't it work? Well, let's go to the spaceship and see if it blew up. And then maybe figure out how to get to 59. And that's why you always double check your calculations. Well, I guess the spaceship is still kind of there and in one piece, so that's good. I guess. This is still turned up. Nothing is in pieces. But it's still not working. Oh, that's no good. What did I do? Oh wait, there's a ladder there. I didn't see that. What? Is there a switch here? Oh yes, there is a switch here. Oh, come on, you. It just goes back. Where do I have to move this? It seems like some kind of a fuse, indeed. And I have to move it. Okay, let's move it a bit down. It goes back. Okay, move it down more. It goes back. Move it down even more. It goes back. And this is how far I can take it down. And it just goes back. Oh my. I guess this is what connects these cables. I don't know what to do here. The only thing I can interact with is this lever, which goes back up whatever I do. So maybe I reset it. Let's hope I did. A clever idea nonetheless, that you can mess up the puzzle in a way. Not what I want. Okay, so we have to remove 40 from this equation. As much as this is an old game, I don't think you could screw yourself over so badly that you have to restart. But apparently it's not as easy as just backing out of the puzzle and starting again. There are consequences to mistakes here. Oh, how could I remove 40, 10, 10... I think I have one idea. Okay, will it work now? No. That's no good, but hey, let's try out at least my idea. Okay, so far so good. And then we need the 16, the 19 and the 5 out. That's 59. Generator switches. So I set them to the correct power, but the meter for the... Oh wait, I can even come here. Why is this important to me? Okay, time to shock myself. No, it's not time to do that. So again, it just jumps back. So every tower has a switch like this. Alright, apparently we have a bigger mystery on our hands. And there's much more that you can explore here than I guessed initially. So let's go back, turn the electricity off, and somehow figure out how to reset things in a way that they work. Oh, no, it's on 59. Oh, I had to reset that as well. So I guess I solved the puzzle. And possibly electrocuted myself in the process, but I mean 59 volts is not that much, but yeah, don't try to replace fuses while it's under load. It's not a good idea. Okay. Now this should be working? Question mark. It is! We are in a spaceship with a piano. Oh, come on. What is it with music puzzles? Okay, well, what do we have here? We have... levers. Some kind of levers. Okay, so we are creating music here. Some kind of music. Of 5 notes. We are looking for 5 notes. Based on what? Not so great news. I see no difference here whatsoever. No matter what key I press, there is no feedback that would give me any clues about what I should be doing. Okay. But we are looking for 5 notes, and we have to set these in a way that they play that sequence of notes. I'm just doing something randomly to see what happens. Okay, so there is a right sequence to this. I have nothing. I have nothing noted down that would be remotely useful here, I feel like. Which is, well, not great news. Because this was my only lead. Not great. Okay, well, let's see what we have so far. We set the tower to 4 different locations. The tree gave us the safe combination in the cabin. That's one that I didn't really follow up on because I didn't want to blow myself up, but after my questionable electrical repair, I think we can go ahead and try. Because as much as we have some information, we don't have a lot. Okay, so what does this do? That's the question. I have a feeling that I started up some kind of a mechanism. No, wait a moment, what? Okay, it stopped. So the tree moves. Explains why the tree drawing is there. And I have to get somehow inside of the tree. Which means that this is, I do believe, in some way, shape or form timed. Okay, let's get there. Okay. I think this part will actually lower into the ground. And I can just kind of jump in and hope for the best. Okay. We found a rather creepy secret basement. Oh, it has the same valve here. And nothing else but a tree stump with a book upon it. Let's take a look. Oh, this is interesting. This actually plays. Get to the root. Hopefully of the problem. Wait, isn't this the world we read about? The wooden bridges. Atop the sea, the tall trees. I want to say, even that windmill in the background, we saw a drawing of that. Oh, I'm so thoroughly lost here. Oh, and there we have the buildings. Now the only question is, how will the tree dwellers welcome us? Because, you know, we don't know what the brothers did here. Hopefully nothing bad, since the journal didn't say anything about problems arising, but then again, who knows? This is all that remained of the island? What is this cable? Water? Is it a pump? Okay. Let's check. Okay, I did something. I guess the windmill is used as a pump or to power one. Then the question is, what are we pumping? And also, was it a good idea to turn it off? Possibly not. But we have a pump. But where does this lead to? Because you see, there are these pipes, and at certain points these pipes have a valve, so you have to lead the water to a certain location, it seems like. What is this? It's a bridge, it appears, that I'm not going to be moving. We have this, which I'm assuming is somehow connected to all this pipe work. So, if I'm not mistaken, I just have to either direct or divert the water from there. Whichever I just did. And see if something happened. Wait, am I going in the right direction? No, I am not. That's where I want to go. Nope, we are not going there. Still. It's a really good question what these pipes are for. For the time being, I will turn this back Can I actually leave it in the middle? No. It's either on or off. Alright, well, follow the other. One of the many pads and see where it leads us. Maybe we will find a dead end. Oh, it seems this part collapsed for some reason. And here we have something. Oh, it's a lever. Which does nothing for the time being. But again, the pipe leads here. So many questions. Okay. What's this way? Nothing. Except this pipe actually runs into the water. Let's see, how is this switch? On the left. If I change anything, it does not change these yellow dots. So I guess those are only there to show the flow of the water, but it's not an indicator of the actual flow inside of the pipe. I'm assuming I somehow have to get up the staircase. That's what I have to do first. And to do that, I have to do something with this windmill. The question is what? Here you can actually see the spinning part and this pipe here, but other than that I am not seeing anything that could help me. I can look at here, but what good is that? Not much as far as I can see, at least for the time being. So the only thing I can do is turn this on or off. This is still spinning, which makes sense. What's that? There's a button there? Seems like there's a button. Well, let's see. If I turn this back and I push this button, what happens? Absolutely nothing. Lovely. It's interesting how you can see the edges of the cropped parts. I guess what the developers did here is instead of having the entire scene animated, they only included the parts that actually change, which is a really clever idea to minimize the size and the loading time with that. Well, I have to say, even though there's not much here to do, I am confused with even the little I have. So let's turn this off, I guess. Or on. and see if something happens. So this leads into this here pipe. And this is leading into this switch of sorts. Now I'm assuming if the switch is like this, that means the water is going on this side, even though I might be wrong. Let's see what happens like this. The water should be coming here. Is there a switch on top of this? No, I don't see anything. Why this is a bit confusing to me is because even though I'm doing things, I don't really see any effects. And so I don't know if I'm on the right track. Now let's, I guess, turn this back. And if I'm correct, then the water is flowing or not flowing in this direction now. And here, now it's going to the left, so let's follow it. And here it's going to, I don't know exactly, but we'll check as soon as I figure out where I am. I think the switch is actually underneath me. Yeah, it is. So it is to the left again. So we have to go this way. So in theory, things are now connected here, which helps not at all. So let's... Where the heck am I? Oh, I'm on the other side of this. Okay. But I guess what we can do... If going back was an option, that would be oh so easy. But unfortunately it seems that I cannot do absolutely anything here, even though I'm clicking on things. There is nothing that I can do here. Okay, let's switch this. I said let's switch it. Don't want to go further along, I want to mess with this. Oh, come on, you! Okay, let's try it from this side then. Okay, so we switch it like so. So in theory now it takes this route instead of this, it goes here. Now interestingly there is no switch here or here, so the water should be reaching this point. Which it does! I'm a genius! I did a thing! Oh, more pipes. Interesting. Is that another switch or lever? Doesn't seem like it. Ooh, we have an elevator here. Interesting. But let's check what's this part about. Apparently this is a broken pathway. Okay, I did a thing. Oh, I had to connect the pipe so this elevator will work. That would make sense. There is a pipe leading to it. And I guess if I just step in like this, nothing will happen because there's no power to it. So we have to follow this line back. Now the question is, if I change the direction of the water, will I be able to come back here? Will the steps remain in their current position? Or this bridge? I hope the answer is yes. So let's see. Now I will just follow this part. Wait, this is not the part that I need. Oh, I thought this was it. Where is the pipe that I connected? Apparently I completely missed that on my first walk around here, but then again, it's not too difficult to get lost here, in my opinion. Oh, here it is. Indeed, here it is. There's the pipe. Okay. However, I see that there is another elevator, and that is right here. I have the feeling that it will not work, just like how the other one will not work. What's that? Nope. Nothing. Alright, well... It seems we have 3 areas where we could kind of go, but I'm not sure if we really can. We have the 2 elevators, but let's not forget about this area. Now, why this is a bit confusing to me, because if I follow my logic with the pipes and the valves, then this should also automatically work, but this does not open. However, there are ropes here, so maybe this is not a bridge, this is another elevator, but this is its back. Well, let's try to get the water to where we want it to go. Let's go with the closer elevator for now. That's kind of the most logical idea. So now it goes to the right. Here it goes to the right. And this is really interesting. I really admire how the developers came up with these puzzles and ideas, because you come up with this entire idea that there will be pipes and you have to guide the flow of the water to activate certain mechanisms. And that's a great idea, alright, but how do you execute it? And the really big question is, how do you create the parts that the players can interact with in a way that is kind of self-explanatory? And I said it while I was trying to figure this out, that I'm not sure how these levers should be oriented to get a certain outcome. Does this mean that the water goes to the right or the left? Turning the valve, the small one, at the windmill, what does that do? And it's really interesting to me that a developer has to think about how the players will think. What seems to be the most logical way to go about something, and not just that, but how could the game give clues and information through the visuals? Because here you don't have any descriptions, you have nothing, not even the journal mentioned these intricate bits of machinery and all the tubes and how they pretty much harness the power of the water and wind, it seems. And it's really interesting that, yes, I was a bit confused, definitely, but still I could figure it out just based on pure logic. When I looked at the valves and I said, okay, that if I turn it like this, it would make sense that the water flows in this direction, and it seems that I was right. And that shows that the developers somewhat correctly assumed how the players, or at least I would think, even 30 years after the game not even released. It released on PlayStation, but the game itself is older. So that is rather fascinating, and I said similar things about Doom, even though there it was more about how the map leads you to certain areas. Obviously the two games are rather different. And it works! Ah ha ha ha! Okay. But so far, no tree dwellers. At all. Which is concerning. Okay, so there's nothing here. I came from the right, so we go to the left. I guess. Oh goodness. This is slightly confusing. Oh, if I only knew where I was. Okay, so here we have a cabin. Not in the woods this time, but atop of a tree. I guess this is a tree house then? Okay, so this is indeed some sort of a house. But it's empty. There's no one here. Oh, what's that? Nothing important, it seems. We have some... perhaps storage vases or cooking utensils? I'm not sure. Yes, I am lost. Absolutely. No doubt about it, I am lost. It's the one part that is tricky about this kind of game with a first person view when it comes to point and click games is how you are kind of moved through the world, and you have to reorient yourself, and most of the time you try to find something in the distance that you can use as a kind of fixed point, but here I'm not really finding anything like that. Obviously, if you have a full 3D world where the camera actually moves as the player wants to move, that problem is somewhat eliminated. Oh, and the raid! Welcome in, raiders. Babs and Bob is raiding, and thank you for the new follower. Welcome in, raiders. To those who might not know, I am the Dreadist, a monster researching horror, and today, as a sort of special exception, playing a really old puzzle game, which is not horroristic at all, but nonetheless rather confusing to me. But let me ask, what were you doing? Hi, welcome in, Lightstar, Beps and Bob. I see you were playing Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. I hope it was going wonderfully. No, before I say anything else, of course, if you need to raid and run, don't worry about it. I can more than understand that a long stream can be rather tiring both to the streamer and the viewers. So if you need to go, please take care of yourself. That's the most important. Get yourself something to eat, drink, get up, stretch. But if you have the time, please do tell how was the stream. What were you doing? I'm not knowledgeable, let's say, about the Pokemon games. I think the last one I played was Gold. It wasn't yesterday, let's just say that, but I'm more than interested. We were playing Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Nuzlocke. Oh, I see you were out for a challenge. And how did it go? Hopefully according to the plan. Now this game I'm playing is called Myst. It's a game from 1993, though I am playing the PlayStation 1 version, which was released 3 years later. But it's just a port, so in theory it is the original game. And since I recently started streaming from my PlayStation 5, I decided what better game to play on a new, strong hardware than a 3-decade-old game. I guess that describes me rather well. So a Nuzlocke run is a permadeath run where if the Pokemon faint, they have to be released and can be used again. Someone is out for a challenge. Also, we can only catch one Pokemon per area. So you really have to be careful, I see. I guess one way to do that is to get a lot of healing items. But again, you would need to grind quite a lot. It's not an easy thing, that's for sure. But it's an interesting idea because you really have to think hard about which Pokemon you want to make part of your team in each area, and if one of them faints, well, that can rewrite your entire strategy real quick, but I hope nothing like that happened so far. Can I ask what is your team like right now? How many Pokemon you manage to make friends with. Well, depending on how far into the game you are, it might be quite a lot. Yep, it can be tough, but a fun challenge making you use Pokemon you may have never used before. Yes, definitely. I can imagine if your kind of golden goose Pokemon gets defeated, then you really have to rely on the rest of the team, and maybe a Pokemon you never even really intended to put too much pressure on will become the star of the day, and really the savior of it too. But that sounds delightful. And once again, let me thank you for the raid and for trusting your community to me. I greatly appreciate it, and I will make sure to check out your channel after my stream. We have a full team, and on our 4th gym, oh goodness, we have a good spread of Pokemon, thankfully, but some glaring weakness that we have got to be safe. Oh yes. No, as much as I never really got into Pokemon, I understand that there's a rather simple but interesting system about the types of Pokemon and what other types they are stronger or weaker against. So getting a variety of types is certainly a good idea, but as you said, if one is eliminated from the run, that can cause a lot of trouble. And it's not like you can just catch every type you want in the first few areas. You have to, I guess you have to tweak your team according to the Pokemons the gym leaders use, I would assume. No, I guess you already played the game many times if you are tackling such a challenge, so you know exactly what kind of Pokemon will be the best against the challenges. But it sounds rather exciting, that's for sure, and stressful as well. But I'm really happy to learn about that. There are so many games that I never really played, and to be honest, I'm not too interested in playing, especially because my backlog is miles long, but I can learn about them and I can watch others play them. It's been a while since I played Diamond, so it's sort of remember as we go. Oh, that's living to the fullest, I guess, and dangerously. The kind of we'll go with the flow method. But hey, it's certainly exciting. Not like this village, which is, well, by the looks of it, completely abandoned. And I just arrived. And I have absolutely no clue where I am. I didn't think that I would need to even manually draw the map that we found in that one journal, but I'm starting to think that would have been a wise decision. So this is one of the huts, one of the many huts. And this, in theory, is the elevator we used to come up here. So let's try to figure out where else we can go in some sort of a pattern. I think we were here just before. Yes, we absolutely were. So let's try to go to the left this time around. And then we find this building. Now this game, being old, is not exactly generous with the tips. And as I noticed, the little hand icon we are controlling as a mouse cursor does not change even if we hover it over something that we could interact with. So I just have to look around and hope that I will notice anything that might be important. I don't think jumping out of the window here would lead us anywhere. Well, it would lead us down, but in a painful way. Also, is it just me or kind of every building looks the same? I think they kind of do. So this is one dead end that we discovered. Okay. Is there anything we can interact with here? Not much. I would be a bit surprised if the developers created all of this for nothing. I have a feeling something has to be here. The question is, what? And so far, I don't have even the slightest of clues. So we came from here to here, and I can't even really look around. We can just go through, at least it seems to me that way. And one kind of help we have is the fact that if you move the hand too close to the edges, then it will let you turn around, meaning that any item that we can or should interact with, based on my logic, is somewhere in the middle of the scene. Or the screen, actually. Well, center-ish. Even though that doesn't help us a whole lot. Okay, so here we have a rather odd building. This looks slightly different than the others. But once again, it is just filled with random items. And nothing, seemingly, that we can interact with. I guess we came from there. There is one hut, as I like to call them, that is connected to it. And we are back where we started. Somehow. Do I know how we got back here? Absolutely not. But I will not question it. Well, so far we didn't get much closer to what we need to do here. And as I said, in point-and-click adventure games, sometimes half of the puzzle is actually figuring out what we need to do. And it seems this one is well, just another example. At least this particular puzzle. Now let's see, we have the elevator there, which means we have to rotate this valve, and then we have to follow this pipe all the way here. Now we cannot go any further, but in theory this pipe is connected and the water is flowing in it now. So all we have to do is go around to actually be able to get to the other side of that pipe or that connection, and we can follow it further until we reach the elevator we found earlier. Now, good news is that our makeshift bridge is still here, even though we diverted the flow of the water. And here we have our elevator. I don't really think there are any valves here, given that the pipe only leads here. It's kind of a dead end. So let's close the door and pull this. Now, given that I did not reach another elevator while I was being lost up here, I guess this leads to a separate area. It seems I was correct. The Book of Myst. Okay. I guess I have to click on whatever that is. Among the trees! We did a thing! Okay. What is this? What? This is the ceiling. This is the ceiling of the library. Okay. I'm not confused. I mean, I am. What? Okay, let's recap here. So we rotated the tower in a way that it aligned with the giant tree on this island. We got a code. We used that code to open a safe in the cabin next to the giant tree. And we found a box of matches. Using those matches, we lit a fire in some strange boiler machine, and by turning it on, we managed to figure out that the giant tree is actually hollow inside and it can move up and down. And we used that as a kind of elevator to reach a hidden basement where we found a book that took us to the other age, as the game likes to call it, that we just explored. And after solving some water puzzles, we found a book that took us back here. Well, that's lovely, but I didn't do anything in that other world. So I'm not closer to any kind of a solution here. I did all this and I made absolutely no progress whatsoever. Except I can look at the ceiling, which might be something that I was able to do before and I just didn't know. So this book was about, I think it's called Channelwood, and this journal describes the characters, not our character, but a character who lives on this island, or lived, his adventures in that age. But not even with all that knowledge did I find anything there. And I feel like I should have. But I guess I can go back anytime. I just have to reach the book again. So let's go, I guess. I already, I think, got 5? No, not 5. 3 trophies in this game. And I still don't know what's going on. I never have done so much in a game and felt like I did nothing at all. Okay, so this is our little boiler machine, whatever it is. And if we turn at this, then the tree will start to move. Now my idea is, if I'm quick enough, which I will not be, then I can maybe get into that hollow part of the tree and instead of going down, go up. But I guess we can do it the other way around. We can send it up all the way, because there is a limit. As you can hear, the noise stopped. And now we turn off the valve and nothing happens. I said turn off the valve. Not turn around, silly. I want to be too quick for my own good here. Okay, no. The tree will start to descend. And so what I have to do is really quickly, well, not so quickly actually, go there, wait for it, and jump in at the right moment, which is a rather unsafe idea for an elevator, even though such elevators existed in real life, where you just kind of had to jump in, and they were always moving, and they had no doors. So this is where I found the book, but I don't want to go back just yet, I think. What I want to do is play around with this elevator just for a moment. Now we have a button. It's a good button. It doesn't do anything. Okay. But in that case, I guess we can turn this valve and then jump in. And it will take us up. But I will not leave. I will stay here and hopefully see something perhaps new. But that's the tower that I can't reach. What was that sound? I don't think jumping out would be a good idea, and the game actually doesn't allow me. So I think this button is exactly for this occasion. So maybe how this works is this tree is pushed up with steam, and if I press this button, it kind of releases that steam. But even like this, the tree will go back up until I shut off the valve. I can't shut off the valve that is down in the basement, but I can hopefully shut it off here. It seems like I can. Okay. Well. Great. Let's see, can I do something maybe here? You have a clock tower here. I have a feeling if I turn these, the clock will change. Oh, yes, it does. Now we have one time with the gears. It's 240. So maybe let's try to set this to 240. Now obviously AM and PM doesn't matter because this is an analog clock. So this is the larger hand, and it moves by increments of 5 minutes. While the other one, the smaller one, will probably move the smaller hand. So this is 15, 20, 25, 30, and we need 40, but let's check just in case. Yes, that's for 30. And this is 40. This will hopefully be 2. Yes, it is. And I mean, we got the time when the tower was aligned with the gears, but let's not forget that this tower actually stands atop a gear. Okay. That's a pretty cool way to create a bridge. I have to give it to you. And now I can do something that I couldn't in the beginning of the game, and that is turn this on. And maybe this will be important for the tower later on. But for now, let's check what is here, because we have another number, and that is 221. And it seems that will be important here. But that didn't do much. Okay, apparently it did. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So will this move it back? Strange contraption, I have to say. Okay, so this doesn't do anything because this counterweight is fully descended. This doesn't do anything. And I'm assuming this will do absolutely nothing. Oh no, that pulls the chain back. Okay, so somehow I have to get this to read 221. Now we know that if we pull the left lever, okay, that's strange. Okay, nice, 3, 3, 3. Okay, let's pull this. If we pull the left lever, the bottom two numbers change, both with 1. Okay, that's fine. If we pull the right lever, yes, the top two will change. How I managed to actually change the numbers before, don't ask me. I don't know how they disaligned. I really don't know. But we need 2, 2, 1. How do we do that? Well, we have to change the bottom two. Okay, then it's 1. That's fine, but we would need 2 on the top. So this is almost, but not really. No, it's 1, 1. We want 2, 2. This will be trickier than I want it to be. Because the problem is, we start from 3, 3, 3, right? And we either change the bottom two or the top two, which means that it's really difficult to keep two gears next to each other show the same number. Because like this, let's look at this. Now the top two align, and that would be good. But now it's 2, 2, 3 and not 2, 2, 1. So I want the bottom one to show 1. So now it shows 1, right? But now it won't be quite right later on, because now the top two are not aligned. Again, 2, 2, 3. I get 2, 2, 3. And I think I only have these two gears to work, or levers to work with. I was never good with these kind of puzzles, and that shows. And it shouldn't be too difficult, given that I don't have unlimited moves. I have... Actually, it's a good question. How many moves do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 moves in total. Also, I just realized you can let go of the lever and it will pull the weight up totally. So how do we do this? Two, 2, and 1. So in some way we want a difference, a 1 difference. The bottom one should be different. Now that we can do by moving the top one, right? So now it's 1, 1, 3, and that's kind of the pattern we're going with, except it should be 2, 2, 1. But the top two should be the same and the bottom one should be different. Problem with that is, if I now try to move the entire stack, I cannot. Why? Because if I move the bottom two and the top two, then the middle one will move twice. Now you can counter this by moving it multiple times. And now we're at 1, 1, 3. So maybe that's the logic that we have to use. So let me think. The idea is, if you start with whatever combination, let's kind of work backwards. You start with a combination that we don't know yet. And then you move the top two and the bottom two, right? So that means the top one will change 1, the bottom one will change 1, and the middle will change 2. Now, because there are only 3 numbers, if you move the top one once and the middle one 3 times, then they will realign. Why? Because with the top one you add 3. So you return, let's say from 1, you go to 2, 3, and 1. You returned. You created one whole rotation. With the middle gear, you move it 3 times as well, but twice. So that's 6. And now you go from 1 to 2, 3, 1 rotation, and then 2, 3, 1, another rotation. So they will realign again. Meaning, if you rotate this entire contraption, the top and the bottom 3 times, which is 6 moves, then in theory you return to the same spot. Is that good for us? Not really. Not really, because here's the thing. Let's start with whatever. Let's start with this, right? 3, 1, 1. Now if I do what I just described, then we return to 3, 1, 1. That's no good. So we have to play with this idea of rotations somehow differently. How? That's the question. We want them to be 2, 2, and 1. Now the 2, 2 is the easy part, right? Because if we move the top 2, that should be this, I think. Then now it's 1, 1, 3, and now it's 2, 2, 3. Okay, so in theory we only need to rotate the bottom 1 to 1. Problem is, if we rotate the bottom 2, this is no good. We have to rotate it 3 times for it to realign. And then, obviously, the bottom gear will also realign. So this is, again, not good. We are getting closer, but not quite there yet. So if I'm thinking backwards, which I do, then we should have 1 there and 2 here, and that's decent. That's decent, 1 and 2, but we have to change these to a 2. How? Great question. Absolutely no idea. Now, one thing that is true, however, is if we turn both of them once, which I do believe is the key to this whole ordeal, then the top and bottom ones will turn 1 or change from one letter to letter number. They will change to the next number. The middle one will change to the one next to the following. So it will kind of skip one number. And that's how we get from 3, 3, 3 to 1, 2, 1. And that's important. The problem is still not what we need. Still not what we need. Now if I just keep turning one of them, let's see what happens. Now it's 1, 3, and 2. Now obviously the 1, 1 will realign, but that's not good for us. And we will return to 1, 2, 1. The same with this, we can realign it to 1, 1, and 3, or it will be 1, 2, 1. So how do you do this? Actually, let's look around if there's any hint. I don't think. It's not a complex puzzle, it's just the kind of puzzle that I'm really bad at. So let me take a look at my notes. It was 2, 2, 1, that's for sure. But how can you move it in such a way that it works? Because you see, it doesn't matter how you align things, because let's say that you want this to be a 2, which is true, and so you move the bottom 2 like so, and then you move this. Okay, now it's a true 2, so I anticipated the change. I aligned the middle gear in a way that if I turn it again, it will be correct. Problem, the top one is not good. So maybe I have to think with an extra step. So I would need to move this top gear twice to make it a 2. Right. Where should this be if I move it twice to be a 2. But it should also be a 3. Hi, welcome in, Knuckles. What is that game about? Well, to be perfectly honest, I do not know myself. All I know is we opened a book and we found ourselves on Myst Island, filled with puzzles and mysteries. And what I'm trying to do here is realign these gears in a way that they hopefully open something for me. Now, as far as I could piece together the story so far, on this island lived a man, his wife, and their 2 sons. And they were somehow able to travel to different worlds, which they called ages, through special books. And I am looking for these books. However, it appears that some of the pages were scattered, and so I will have to find those as well. Now, I did manage to find one of the books and travel to one of these ages, one that we actually read about in the man's journal, well, one of his journals. But apparently all of the creatures who live there are missing for some mysterious reason. So I came back. And now I figured out that whatever I have to do is here. But I just can't crack this puzzle, even though it is mighty simple. Interesting indeed. It is a really old game called Myst. It was originally released in 1993 actually, but I never played it. For some reason or another, it always avoided me, I guess, which is not entirely true because I heard a lot about this game throughout the years. I heard how wonderful it is, how groundbreaking it was at the time, how it inspired other point-and-click adventure games, and all the innovations they did, even in the technological aspect of developing the game, but I just never played it, and so I figured, why not? Yay, Myst! Yes, indeed, Myst! Welcome in, Wow TV. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Vel or Vio? I tend to butcher names. Vio, alright, thank you so much for correcting me. You see, I mostly work with horror, and so butchering names is something I do rather often. The 90s games are a different thing. Oh, yes they are. Certainly they are. They are not doing any of that lewd hand-holding that modern games like to do. Here, you just have the game, figure it out. Which is wonderful because I actually had to start writing down things. Yep, this is from 1993 for the Mac version. Indeed, the Windows version is from 95, and the one version I'm playing right now is actually from 96, because this is the port that was released on the original PlayStation. And I am playing it on a PlayStation 5, because I found that to be fitting. There's also the Masterpiece Edition from 1999. Oh, there are so many remasters and remakes. It's rather wonderful, but as much as I would be interested in playing the newer versions, and maybe seeing the vision that the creators had with more refined graphics, I wanted to experience the original. Because as far as I know and can imagine, the game itself didn't change much. The puzzles remained, the story remained, and so I feel like, especially because the graphics are not as important to me, this would be the right way to experience it for the first time. But indeed, there are so many versions. I think there are at least 4 different versions, counting the original. And wow, it's amazing what Cyan was able to do back then with only 7 employees. Oh yes, Cyan being the studio who developed this game. They have an interview on YouTube. I think it's part of a series of another channel called War Stories. And one of the creators of Myst talks about all the technical difficulties of the development, and also how they even made the game, which is rather fascinating. Looking at the early years of game development, when developers didn't really know what they were doing. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing, but technology was so new. They purchased the computer and they tried to do their best. And I mean, even CDs were somewhat new at the time when this game released on CDs. So much so that I mentioned this previously, that DVDs were not invented when this game released. And nowadays you would buy PlayStation games on Blu-rays, but even the idea of physical media is kind of going out of use, which I still find to be terrible. Rendering one picture on the workstation literally took hours for one picture. Indeed, and I heard there are thousands in this game, which I can imagine it, but it's fascinating to me, because nowadays you play an FPS game, you have 60 frames a second, and you don't even think about it. Whereas here, every rendered image took hours on rather powerful computers to be created. So it really shows how much technology evolved. Nice voice, by the way. I have to check out their channel. But for now, I have to figure out this puzzle. We only have 2 levers to play with, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Sad me. Okay, so if I turn this once, and I turn this 3 times, we end up with this, which is not a bad thing. Now if we do the exact same but reversed, we will end up with 1, 1, 3. And now we have 2, 2, 3, which is almost what we want, except we want 2, 2, 1. So we should move the bottom one just one more time. But how? That's the question. So let me think. I moved this once, right? Okay, and then I moved this 3 times. And then I created 1, 1, 3. How could I make it so the 3 is different? No, it's 2, 2. Okay, let's start with that maybe. Now this didn't do anything good for us because I just went around. Okay, so I turn this once. If I turn something 3 times, it just takes a whole revolution, so that doesn't help at all, which is good because it kind of limits the options I have. So here my problem with this entire idea is this. The top number has to be 2, right? The bottom one has to be 1. Okay, so there's a difference. But to move, let's actually do it. Let's just move things in a way that the top and the bottom are correct. Okay, now this is wonderful. We have 2 on the top and 1 on the bottom. That's fascinating. But the middle one should be 2. How do you do that? Well, we have to move the middle one twice. To do that, we have to rotate either the top or the bottom one as well. And there comes the problem. Because if I move either of them, let's say twice, it obviously won't be showing the right number. And I have to move one of them with the middle one. It doesn't matter how I think about it, the middle one will be the tricky one. And normally you could play, or at least in my head, you could play with the idea that you move the top and the bottom at the same time. Problem is that the top and the bottom numbers are not the same. So you have to move one of them a different amount of time. And the trick here will be the fact that every 3 resets the number. I just don't see it how. Because no, you see now the 2 is correct. We have 1 on the bottom, 2 in the middle, and well, not 2 on the top. How could we fix that? We could rotate them all around. But again, it's 3, 1. I really want to solve this today, but I don't know how. Let's try to make some educated guesses here. I turned that once. Okay, now we have 3, 1, 1. If I turn this, it will be 1, 2, 1, and then 2, 3, 1, and then going back. Okay, well, the middle one we want to be 2. But then the top one is not aligned. If I make this, that's a problem, because the difference between the middle and the bottom one will be 2. We only want it to be 1. So let's see. Let's think about this. If we want to rotate the entire thing, we can't actually. We can't just rotate it like that. The only way is to rotate it 3 times, but then we return to the exact same spot. What you can try to do is rotate the middle one 3 times. That will return to the same position. And you rotate the top and the bottom one a combined amount of 3 times. So one will be moved only twice and one will only be moved once. What does that mean for us? That means that we will be able to create a difference. So let's see, if I move this once and I move this twice, then I managed to turn the 3 in the middle around and change the top and the bottom numbers. Good start. However, the middle one should not be 3, it should be 2. And to turn the 3 into a 2, we need to move it twice. So let's think about it differently, because the way I've been thinking about it didn't get me anywhere. So this has to be 2 and 2 and 1. Now, because we are starting from 3, 3, 3, that's the default, that's what we have to work with. If we have 3, we need to move that twice to make it the desired number, or move it 5 times, or move it 8 times. Now we only have, I do believe, 9 moves, which means that if we move any of these levers, a combined amount of, or combined number of 2, 5, or 6 times, no, there's no 6, what am I saying? 2, 5, or 8 times, then the middle one will be correct. That's what we need to know. The other ones will be the tricky. We have to align it in a way that it works. So we have to take this combined number of moves and somehow distribute it among the 2 levers, and really the top and the bottom gears. I hope whatever I'm saying is actually somewhat followable. I'm not sure. It's probably the madness taking over, don't worry about it too much. So, let's start with 2. I'm pretty sure that's impossible to do. So if we move this whole contraption twice, well, then we get the middle gear to be in the correct position. Problem is, if I can only take 2 moves, then I'm in a bit of a pickle, because The same way I have to move the middle gear twice to get to 2. Let me show you. Don't ask me how the fuck I did that, because I don't know. So, do it twice, right? Now, if I have to move the middle one twice and the top one twice to get to 2, then I cannot distribute the total of 2 moves among the 2 levers in a way that gets both the top and the bottom gear in the right position. Because for the bottom one to be the correct one, we either have to move it once, or +3 4 times, or +3 7 times, or 10, but I don't think we have the moves for that. Which means that in some mathematical genius, the 2, the 5, and the 8, the 1, the 4, and the 7, the number of moves that gets the top and the bottom gears in the right position, those numbers, or those clusters, groups of numbers, there is a combination between them, where if you take one from each and add them together, they will give you a number that is correct for the middle gear. Maybe I'm really overcomplicating this, but this is how it's the most simple to me. Probably explains a lot about myself once again. So, if I look at these lovely numbers, 1 plus 2 will not be 2. Well, that makes sense. 1 plus 5 is 6, but that's not the right number. 1 plus 8 is 9. That's not the right number either. 4 plus 2 is 6. That's no good. 4 plus 5 is 9. That's no good either. 4 plus 8, that's too many. That's 12. 7 plus 2 is 9. And 7 plus 5 is already too many. Because see, the problem here is that I'm starting to realize all the right moves for the top 2 gears are 2 or 2 plus a certain numbers times 3, because 3 is 1 rotation, right? So for this to work, I would need to somehow do some trickery with that. Now let's check if I was correct with this. Yes, if I turn this once, it will be 1, and that's the correct number. But the problem is 1, 4, and 7 are not multiples of 3, and they will not be. How many moves do you have? Good question. I do believe 9, but I will check again. I have 1, 2, 3, that returns them to the same, and then 6, 7, 8. I do believe 9, even though this shouldn't happen. I don't know why. I'm starting to see that maybe there's a bit more to this puzzle than I thought, because sometimes these gears do not work in the way that I would think. What? Okay, so here's the thing. If I pull this one number at a time, it will move one number at a time. the left lever moves the bottom 2 gears. The top lever will move the top 2 gears. I mean the right lever. Now, with my logic, it's impossible to get this right this way, because you have to somehow move the top and the bottom gears a different amount while keeping the middle gear the same as the top one. And it doesn't work because there are 3 cogs on these gears, and the only thing you could play with is the fact that every free move is a full rotation, but it doesn't add up. But I just noticed that if I keep holding it like such, it behaves differently. It moves the bottom 2, but it only moves the bottom 1 gear once, and then keeps turning the middle one. And if that is true with the top one as well, this puzzle is much simpler than I thought. And yes, I did overcomplicate it a bit, even though I didn't necessarily thought of the possibility that you could hold the lever. And not even just the possibility, I didn't think holding the lever would make the mechanism behave differently. I think it's maybe a combination of top, bottom, top. You know, that is an interesting threesome idea, and I'm not opposed to it. And if you can make it work like that, all props to you. But in this case, I don't see how that could work. Which, again, might be my mistake, but I honestly think, and if there's anyone out there who's really good with these puzzles, prove me wrong, but I don't think you can solve this puzzle by pulling the levers 1 number at a time. I think that's impossible, because the moves just don't add up. Not with only 9 moves. Maybe if you get into multiples of the moves that you need to make, then somewhere in the dozens or hundreds you will find a number that makes it work, but not with only 9 moves. I think what I need to do, and I overlooked, is I have to move this to 2, and then I have to keep this moving so the bottom one turns to 1 and the middle turns to 2. So let me show you. But if the top will take to 1 to the right and the bottom one to the left, you can possibly reset the mid one. Let me think about that. If the top will take to 1, yes, to the right, and the bottom one to the left, not to 1. Okay, not to 1. Okay, so the top one should be 2. What you are saying, if one is 1 to the right of and the other one is 1 to the left of, then by turning them around you can get it right. And you might be onto something. I was thinking about, that's what I said when I tried to describe really poorly that I'm thinking backwards. So you know what the desired outcome is, and you start turning the, well, cogged wheels, but gears, simpler term. So you start turning the gears and you imagine, okay, if I can get to this combination somehow, that's good. And then you manipulate it in a way that you return to free, free, free. The problem, however I try to move them, so maybe you could turn it in the way that you said, that it's one of this way, one of that way, and you know which moves to take from that point on. The problem is how to get to that one point. I could never connect what I have to any possible combination that I could then work with. But let me think. If one is the top is one to the right and the bottom one to the left, you mean one move from the right one. So that would mean, because it has to be 2 to 1, then, well, it depends how you think about right and left in this case, but if the top one has to be 2 and it's 1 right from the correct one, then I guess that should be free, and the bottom one is 1 left from the right one, so that's again free, because the bottom one should be a 1. So if you think about that it should be free to free. Okay, that's wonderful. But getting to free, as far as I can think, is impossible, because you would need to move both the top and the most top and the most bottom, or topmost and bottommost. Yes, that's how English language says it. Wonderful. So if you move both of them, only then you can keep the same number on them, right? So you have to move the top and the bottom one the same number of times. And if you do that, then the middle one will change twice, because that moves twice as many times as the top or the bottom. But because you want the top and the bottom to be free, which is the starting position, if you move the top one 3 times to go around and the bottom one 3 times to move around, then the middle one will move 2 times 3, which is 6. So again, take not 1 but 2 full rotations. And that's the problem. Yep, so the third time it should reset, yes. Every time you move a gear 3 times, let me show you. It's 1, 2, 3. So every 3 turns it will reset, so much so that when I reset the counterweight, the gears won't even move. And I thought the trick is to somehow use that fact that they reset, that it's a pattern, that after 3 comes 1. So it's not just random numbers. It's a series. It's an infinite series, like a Möbius strip. But the problem is, no matter how much I try to move them around, because if I move something around 3 times, the top or the bottom, the middle one will reset as well, because it moves twice as many times as 3. And every number you can multiply 3 with will just reset it. And so I thought backwards, and I thought, okay, the middle one will move 3 times, but what I will do is I will take the 3 moves and somehow share it between the 2 levers. So let's say the top gear will move once, the bottom will move twice, and the middle one will move 3 times. So I managed to not change the middle one, but actually change the top and the bottom, because I used the fact that 3 reset. And that works to a degree. But my problem is it creates a rigid system. It means that one, either the top or the bottom one, will move twice as many times as the other one. And maybe after a while you could get it to work, but what I wrote down, for the top gear to be in the right position, it has to move 2, 5, or 8 times. And the same is true with the middle one, because they both have to display 2. The bottom one has to move 1, 4, or 7 times. And the problem is, if I take any one number from the number of times the top gear has to move, and one number from the times the bottom one needs to move, I should be able to take those 2 values, add them together, and get a number that is correct for the middle one. Because remember that with either lever, if I'm moving the top or the bottom gear, the middle one is moving the same amount. Or at least I thought. And the problem is, these numbers do not align as far as I can see. Because, again, 3 is the magic number here, and the top one and the middle one has to be the same. So in order to change the bottom one, I would need to somehow make that work with a multiple of 3. But 1, 4, and 7 will not do that. And you see, maybe this is much easier to realize right away, and I was silly to spend so much time just thinking about it, but the fact is 1, 4, and 7 is the same sequence, right? They always add 3 to it. So 2, 5, 8, 1, 4, 7, these 2 series will never line up in a way, because the middle gear has to be the same. If all 3 numbers were different, or the top and the bottom were the same, maybe it would be possible. My logic is like 1 time top, 1 time bottom, then 1 time top again. So the mid will go 1 time left, 1 time right, and 1 time to reset. Actually, let's try that. However, I think there's one detail that's not correct about that, but let's see. My logic is 1 time top. Okay, if I want to move 1 time top, these will move. 1 time bottom, I think you wanted to say 1 more time bottom, then 1 time top again. So let me see. No, okay, 1 time. Oh, you wanted to say both. Oh, I see. 1 time both. Okay, that's... No, 1 time bottom. Okay. Okay, that I will figure it out. 1 time bottom. Okay, 1 time bottom is this one. Okay, 1 time bottom. Then 1 time top again. Okay, one time top again. Okay, we did this. So the mid will go one time left, one time right, and one time to reset. The left and right, I'm assuming you are talking about the levers, because the gears are always rotating the same way. But if you do what you just said, then I think you will end up with this. So indeed the middle one reset, but the rule here is that either the top or the bottom one has to move twice as many times as the other. So that's why we got 2 and 1. And we have 2, 3, 1. We could also make 1, 3, 2. That's also possible. You choose there. The problem is, I couldn't align the sequences in a way that would let me get what I want. And I think why that is, and again, I am not good at these kind of puzzles, but I encourage anyone to think about this because it's really fascinating to me. But I feel like I overlooked the fact that you can hold the levers, and that's the solution. You cannot solve it with the rule set that I thought was correct, and I will show you why. Because if I pull this, we will get 1, 1, 3. No, we will get 2, 2, 3. And what I will do now is I will hold the left lever. The bottom one will move from 3 to 1, and the middle one will move from 2 to 3. But if I hold the lever down, the middle will go further, and I will stop it on 2, so it will do a whole rotation. Almost. The idea was there. But you could see what the difference is. I just have to get the timing right. So I think that's the trick. But I didn't think that, first of all, you could hold the levers down, and second of all, that it would have a different result. I kind of guessed that if you hold them, well, they will just move around the 2 gears. If it's that, it's nasty. It might be a bit confusing, but indeed that's the solution. And we did something. So I guess that's what you have to figure out, that indeed you can hold the levers and they will behave differently. And there's no logic in it. It's not necessarily logical. I guess such a mechanism could exist. I'm not sure. But the idea, I guess, here is that you should experiment and try things and not assume what they will do. And I guess that works for this game because with other puzzles before, I was kind of playing it safe and seeing what information I get. But I think this game prefers the player to just kind of try things. And I did manage to mess up a puzzle, but it was built into the game that you can fix it with the electricity and the fuse situation, as I called it. So this game, it really just wants players to explore and experiment, and that works with me at least. It also shows that back in the day, you could really do anything with video games, and a bit like how the developers experimented with new ideas, they wanted the player to do the same in the game. And we apparently did something. We opened up this gear and we found yet another book that will lead us somewhere. It's a great question where, but I think we will have to wait until next time to figure that out, because I think it would be a good idea to read the journal entry that is connected to this world. No, I have to figure out which one that is, and that might not be as simple, because we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, at least 4 books. And I was lucky with the first one being the first world you get access to, or at least the one I got to. In a way, I could have went in any order. I just realized I could have solved this gear puzzle as well. I just didn't. Again, I didn't mess around with that control panel next to the tower of the shore, because I was waiting for information on it. And I kind of got that information from the tower, but I didn't connect the dots back then that, oh, I have a time, there is a clock on the tower, I mean, it's a clock tower, let's try to set it as such. But I didn't even turn the valves, because I didn't know what they do, and I kind of have this mentality with games that I don't just do something in a puzzle game that I wouldn't do logically, because if you see a big red button, that doesn't mean you should press the big red button. But as I said, in this game, I think it is encouraged to just play, to just experiment, because you can mess up things in a way. I mean, you can mess up, but you can fix it, and that's really nice that it's built into the game. And it kind of surprised me. In a newer game, I would have expected the power puzzle to just reset when I leave the room or leave the panel. But no, you actually have to fix things, because there are consequences. And I do like that. But on the other hand, it's still a game. It's not trying to be necessarily super realistic in the way that, for example, when I fired up the boiler, I turned the valve, I saw the flames, and I turned it back because I said I don't want to blow myself up. But this is a game, so you can just let it run. You can walk out of the cabin, you can look around and figure out what it does. And it takes a bit of time when you play a game to figure out the mindset that it was created in, and the mindset that it requires for playing it. It's rather similar with trophies, honestly, and things like that as well. You get the hang of things. You start to realize and notice patterns, and know just how this game works, how the system that it is built on and is using works, and then you might have an easier time. You might have experiences in games where you try to play it in a certain way, and maybe you have a friend who played it already and they tell you, no, this is not that kind of game. Don't try to tackle it in that way, because it will not work. And especially when you're playing older games, I feel like you need to have a kind of open mind and be flexible in how you approach things. So if the game wants you to not be as serious about it, then just kind of let go of all that and enjoy the game. Because again, this is kind of a fantastical world. I wouldn't say it's sci-fi or fantasy, it's kind of a mixture. But it's an adventure, and again, I feel like back in '93 when someone sat down and they saw these graphics, which are not much nowadays, but I mean, you realize what you're looking at, and there are colors, and you see things, you can figure out what's around you. You hear the wind blowing and the birds chirping up in the trees and all that. You see a note on the ground and you can read it. It really feels like, to me, a book that came to life in a way. And I think when some people say that Psy and the studio behind this game tried to recapture that lightning in a bottle that they managed to do with Myst, I feel like part of why this game became so popular and such a phenomenon is the timing. It was something new. It showed what can be done. And compared to black and white games like the ones the same studio actually worked on before this, or 2D point and click adventure games, here you are not someone looking at a character from the outside. You are the character. You are walking here. And a bit like how I heard from people about Doom and how it was crazy back in the day that everyone was playing together and they were playing death matches all night long in school, at work, wherever. I can imagine this game being something that people talked about, and people who had a computer and thought of it as nothing more but a glorified calculator. They saw this game and it was something that they wanted to sit down to in the evening. Once they finished with all the work and all that, they could just get lost in it. And I mean, the first hour of my playthrough here was reading a journal. But it works because it doesn't want to be action-packed. It just wants you to live in this world and experience it. And there isn't a grand scheme of things, at least not yet. You are just picking up breadcrumbs. And it's fun for what it is, and I hope it will be just as fun to continue, because with puzzle games especially, the difficulty is important. And I'm not good with puzzles. I am patient to a certain degree, even though I always feel that pressure that well, I'm doing a live stream, I should be moving on. But moving on means solving the darn puzzle and not spending an hour with it and just looking out of my head like, what the heck do I have to do here? And especially in this case, I'm walking all over the island and trying to figure out what the next puzzle is. But I greatly enjoy it, and I do hope that I get to experience more of it. Now, we do have a save game, which is lovely. No memory card, that's no good. Post X or left mouse, select triangle or delete. Okay, things are getting a bit tricky here. So, because I'm playing on a PlayStation 5, and I will talk about this more on the next stream, I'm playing a kind of emulated version, so the game requires you to have the old school memory cards, and the PlayStation 5 just kind of, I guess, tells it, here it is, even though it's just, I guess, a part of an SSD or a file for the save. Input a name. Oh, I don't know. I will call it after myself. And call it Dread. Actually, I can call it Dreadist. There are enough letters for that. Wonderful. This is my save. Except I misspelled my own name. That's slightly embarrassing. Let's fix that. Okay, let's save. And in theory now we have a save file somewhere here that I can load. And there it is with a little book called Dreadist. No, there is another way. Drop page. Oh, when we pick up pages, we can drop them. I didn't even know there was an option. Nice, indeed. It's really nice how you can play some of the old games. Now, there is, or should be, another way, yes, here, to save. And I will save like this as well, just to make sure. I will explain more of what that system is. PlayStation added some features for these old games, so they are easier to play in a way. But I think this game will not require such, because there is a built-in save function. And with that, now that I pressed every single button there is, we can quit. Now normally on PC this would quit from the game. I guess here we will just return to the main menu. Indeed, to Myst. And we got 4 trophies out of the 21. So let's see the ones we earned. First we got the Tower of Secrets. That being the tower actually. Ascend the tower on the island of Myst. Not bad. Definitely not bad, given that I wasn't even sure that I would get anywhere. Something terrible has happened. retrieve a message inside the 4 chamber, and there we can actually see that imager, I think it was called. And then we have get to the root, link the channel wood edge. There you can see actually the ginormous tree with the hidden elevator inside that leads to that secret, well, kind of secret area with the book that leads to channel wood. And among the trees, return from the channel wood edge. Even though I have to say I didn't do much there. I went there and I solved enough puzzles to get back. But that's about that. And we can see one of those huts or tree houses up in the trees. Now I have to say these trophies are extremely rare. Starting with 14.1%, then 8.2, 4 and 3.3. But I feel like that is because people who have the subscription might have tried out the game and they just kind of realize that this is a different kind of game. This is an old school game, and it will not play in many ways as new games. But we played 1 minute, really? Only 1 minute? That's fine. I'm really quick with this game apparently, and 1 minute for trophies, huh? I was about to say that, maybe. It could be a number of things. But here actually in the background you can see the entire Myst Island, and this is what I kind of went off of when I was playing. You can see the dock and the gears, the dome, the library as it turns out it was, and then I can't really show because Fortnite is in the way, but the tower on the mountain, the spaceship, this ginormous tree, you can see the ring of wall around it, just hidden amongst the woods, the cabin, the generator, even the tower off from the coast there is in the corner. So it's really nice, and I hope to return to it next week. But for now, I do believe this has been it for today. I thank you for joining me. I hope you enjoyed this this game and this experience that it was. And thanks to Schmoozer and Knuckles for joining the chat, as well as VOTV, and obviously Babs and Bob, as well as Light Star for joining me through the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Have a nice evening. Have a wonderful evening yourself. Now I will be back this week, and let me try to get my schedule up, because I have a new schedule. I made a new template for myself that fits my stream aesthetics a bit better. And as you can see here, I will be back on Friday with the continuation of Silent Hill 2, the remake. So I hope you will join me on that, and then hopefully next week as well. I need to make a new one too, but some other day. Oh yes, I've been using my old schedule template for a long time that was made with my old stream overlay in mind, and and I kind of got the idea it's time to do something with it, and so I put this together, and I do like how it turned out. I was able to actually include Sunday this time around. If you remember my old schedule, Sunday kind of didn't exist because I had no space for it to include it. So that's I think a bit of improvement there. It looks nice. Thank you so much, and thank you for keeping me company while I was messing with this puzzle, and I hope as much as the solution was a bit surprising and not necessarily what I expected. You had a bit of fun thinking about it, and no, I just have to find someone to raid. I don't know whom to raid. Whom shall we raid? I mentioned it before that I will need new people to raid because I'm kind of running out of options. I started following the works of a few streamers and VTubers back in the day when I started around that time, but many of them I think either stopped streaming or they changed their schedules, and so when I'm finishing with my streams, they are not online, which is kind of, well, unacceptable. But I think I will be reading a streamer whom I didn't read before, but I will have to really quickly find them. So please bear with me, because I heard that they are having a collaboration with a streamer I know. So let's try to do that. And it works! Queer Buccaneer. And they are having a collaboration with Linkberry, the wonderful artist behind many of my emoticons. So if you've ever seen my emoticons and thought, those look wonderful, well, look no further than the wonderful Linkberry. And I think they are having a kind of special stream talking about logo design, if I'm not mistaken. It's a new series that they want to do, or so I heard. So once again, thank you so much for joining me today. Once again, I started with the idea of going for 4 hours, and it turned into 5. Story of my life. I do like to take my time. So thank you, all of you wonderful viewers. Have a great day, and as always, good night.